So either have an idea here or we don't. So we have a couple different actions here. Is this not what it's called? No, it is called this. It does need an ID. Yeah, this is where we left off last week. Yeah, I was thinking. Yeah, if we init this with 1, we want to do a lookup to get the previous and the next and pass those down. So I want to pass those down into here, which means over here, this needs to be. Oh, I guess these can stay as they are. We just want to interpret them to be something else. And so the idea of this is, because we have to do like a switch on the action. No, we set those up right here. So then what's the ID though? The ID if it's new. Okay, let's just do a switch. So that's what edit's going to be. So I guess this just wants to be like most recent, like and not take an ID. Yeah, that's what we want to do. So for now, I'll just say the word new here so we can get the rest of this app to build. Not seeing a whole lot of nothing here. Oh, there we go. Just took a second. Oh, right, because we have the set to empty. Okay, so what is this returning? This is one of these. So this is some stuff loaded. And then actions is so this is going to be it's like previous, current, and next. So if there is no next, we want to say new, right? So, and if there is no previous, we want it to be, just leave it blank. Right, okay, so maybe we'll start with an empty array of these. And yeah, if it's there, we'll append it. We'll say actions.append. Otherwise, I guess just don't append anything, right? Yeah. Yeah, and then so if there is a next, we'll add it. Oh, right, this needs to be a wait, what is this? This is a, yeah, so dot edit. Yeah, there we go. So if they oh, what's this? Oh, this just meant to be this here. Yeah, so we get the previous, next, and current from the database. If there is no previous, well, that number must be at the top of the list at the end of history, so we just don't do anything. Current's always got to be there, so we add it in as an edit. Then when we go next past the current one, if there's nothing there, it's new. Otherwise, you know, we want to edit the next one. Okay, I think that's making sense. We can pass that down to here. Oh, and then of course return actions build succeeded. Okay, let's see what we got. So that's a really old one. Should we just remove everything? I know there's kind of a lot of bad data in here. Sunday, June 11th. Yeah, so it's doing this kind of this weird animation, but I think that's okay for now. How do I dismiss this? Come on. Go away. Is there no way to dismiss now? Oh boy. Oh no, there is. Okay. Yeah, so this is on this side here, getting the new. Okay, so let's see if we can not implement this part. And I think we have something that does this already. Let's see. Because when we click on the edit button, we're doing something there. guess we could look at the query button and take it from there. So that is, I guess, on the tab bar. Yeah, so when we click on edit, we have this search, we find the most recent, and we send that one along. Yeah, so this is the query we want to run. We want to now wrap this in like a with. So it'll be very similar to this, I guess. So this is going to be the, what is it? The chronological search. Oh, because this is concurrent. Oh. Yeah, I just I just want this part, really. Okay, well, anyway, it doesn't have an ID. Yeah, I feel like we're going to be duplicating some code here, which I'm not excited about. But I think it's okay for now. Okay, so this doesn't take an ID. Just create it. And I don't know if this needs to be constant or not. Let's try leaving it off. Okay, so then where were we? We were... Yeah, here we go. Do we want the two most recent? We might want the two most recent. No, just one is fine. It's either there or not. Because the actions are going to be, possibly something and then new, right? Okay, so that compiles again. Okay, so this wants to be, I guess, kind of an if-let. Guess we want to map this, right? Since this is optional. Oh, it just needs to be optional. Okay. So if it's there, we want to make a dot edit. With the ID, so it'll be $0.ID. Yeah, this is kind of a mouthful. Maybe that helps a little bit. So let's see what happens now when we click new. Oh, it doesn't scroll to the most recent. It's today the 25th. It is. Yeah, so it's kind of defaulting to the. Ooh, that's so weird. It's like loading stuff after it loads. And it's not giving us a new one like I would have expected. So where's the tab bar? Yeah, we set up the tab selection here. Then we have the tab view in here. We just show them as expected. Just it seems to default to the left one, even when we set the tab selection to be something in the middle. Yeah, this should have started opened here at new. And it just kind of goes back. And then it disappears. Why is it doing this? We're not getting any errors. Let's see. Let's comment this out. What happens when we comment this out? So something's still changing something. And we can't go back. Let's see if I just comment out this whole method, like make sure nobody's doing this. Man, that's so weird. Okay, well, we do have like stacks on stacks of stuff going on. Maybe it's time to simplify, and that will reveal where the problem is. Hmm. Let me get my water 1 second. Okay, well, at any rate, the app is compiling again, so I do want to save that. Still getting weird behavior, though. When scrolling forward. Yeah, we can see that it's new, and then, whoa. Now we only see this new one. Oh, yeah, because every time we swipe down, it made a new one. Oh, okay. Okay, so let's kind of trace this from the top, maybe? And let's try to, like, simplify some stuff because, yeah, maybe we got too much going on. And, or the tab view, we're, like, being really abusive to the tab view. That's another possibility. Yeah, so these actions I don't want anymore. I think that should still succeed. Okay, good. Yeah, it's just like it's some actions with with the current tab selection. Like, can't scroll back. Can only scroll forward. And and we can't type either. Okay, Command K, Command K. So Command Shift K. I think I have to go here, device, keyboard. Failed to fetch device property for sender ID. That can't be good. Yeah, I've been using this app this week, and I'm I'm liking how it's coming together. I'm excited for fixing some of this stuff. There we go. Now I have a keyboard. Yeah, so it's actually like loading the one like behind it. Like, how do I load a tab bar that's like opened to the middle tab? Tab view open to. Oh, we could try that just on this one down here. Story roots. Here we go. So we have the tab selection here. Maybe we can default it to something. Selection equals selection. Selection is this here. Let's see if I turn off all that and I just have like a selection at state selection and what are these? These are these things. So now if I run this, does it start off on the Act tab? It does. We don't get the other actions that we get by overriding this selection, but that's okay. Like we can we can in fact start it off on a different tab. And in fact, we could probably do that from inside here. Yeah, we start off on story. We could probably start this off on act. Yeah. Or colors. Just to show that there's actually been a change. Yeah, it starts off on this last tab. Okay, so we can start off a tab on the tab that we want it to, but that's not happening when we do it in the middle here. These are starting off like one behind. And then they're also like, they're seemingly like auto updating. So there's some data flow that's happening that I'm not exactly expecting. Then like who's accessing this? Maybe this should be like the tab selection. Instead of it being tied to a constant. Yeah, it's still kind of going backwards one. So we're passing tab selection, we're passing in the tabs, but to no avail. Oh, these don't have tags on them, I'm noticing. Maybe that's why. Okay, let's try that. No, I do have it down here. Hmm. Let's move it inside. Maybe that helps. No, it keeps going backwards. Let's see. On change of tab selection, let's try to put a breakpoint in here, maybe. Okay, let's clear this. This is not changing. Just kind of expected, right? We're not expecting those to change. These actions are a constant also. I just need more information, I think. Yeah, we keep getting the same ones, and oh, new actually falls off. It's not there anymore when we swipe pull down. And these buttons don't work anymore. Hmm. Oh, because I don't have it hooked up. Okay, well, let's hook that one up. Let's go ahead and create this method down here. And then instead of getting the previous, we'll find the next. I guess really this is an if let. So if we have the next, then we want to do something with it. You know, like that. And then if we can't find it, if it's null, we want to default to a new, which we already have a method for. Oh, oops, yeah, did not mean to put that else there. And yep. Thank you, Xcode. But somehow the tab selection isn't changing. Like this is so weird. Oh, right. Yeah, because of how this tab view is, it seems as if this tab view just always shows the first one first, even though we set the tab selection to be something in the middle. Which makes me think the tags are maybe not lining up. So here we have a tag on each one. I guess they also have a tab item. Should we have an empty tab item on these things? We didn't need that for the other examples. But I guess we will try it since what we have now is not working. Oh, thank you so much for following, Les and Josh Shah. Welcome to the community. Hope you're having a wonderful Sunday out there. Title and icon. Let's take a system icon. Yeah, system image. Let's just do circle for now. And let's print the action ID as the label name. Oh, too many parentheses. Okay, it says it doesn't need the title name. That's fine. So now we click into one. Okay, we hit this breakpoint. If we scroll down, yeah, it keeps like going back to the one right before. Keep getting the same two IDs down here. So this is this is a state. So this should be able to update. Yeah, I'm not really sure where to breakpoint next. Well, I guess I'm kind of curious, like, how is this, like, I thought I commented everything out for it to not auto load the next one, and somehow it still is. I guess I'm curious why that's happening. Let's see, who's initializing this? Yeah, so it only happens here in this sheet. Hmm. Guess I want to see the word edit here rather than just the ID. Not that it really is going to change anything. So see it starting to load the next one. How? For each actions, yeah, show show either, a blank one for new or the loaded one with when we're editing. And if we, let's see, if we look at the, what's this called? The debug view, what do we see? Resolved tab view, resolved tab view, and what is a resolved tab view? That's all the way back there. Wow. And what is this? Can we reveal in Okay, so all the way down here. Navigation stack. Paging collection view. Paging control. So it still shows up. And then it kind of, we don't see any more of these getting highlighted in the debugger. UI kit paging view. Lazinga Shah asks several words about the project. What will it be? It's kind of a journaling app where you're supposed to be able to swipe to get to get a new card. So you're always in flow, and then see. Let's turn off these breakpoints. And then this view is not exactly how I would want it to be yet, but you can see all the things that you've been writing about. You can attach a kind of a storyline to them to kind of color it. But right now the view is kind of broken. Like you're editing the wrong one when it loads, which is what I'm trying to figure out why it's doing that. It's kind of where we stopped last stream. Like if we don't support it by swiping and only by arrows, I guess that might be a different way to manage it. And maybe come back to the idea of swiping, go forward and forward and backwards. Lazinga Shah says, looks good anyway. Oh, thank you. Slowly coming along. I've been using it this past week, and I'm liking how it's going. That's just making me excited to add more to it. Let's see. So if we didn't use a tab view, then we don't need all of this stuff. And I guess we don't need the geometry reader either. Cannot find action. Oh, yeah, because we're passing in all the actions here still. I think this is what I want to pull out. we'll import SwiftUI, of course. And then in the tab view here, we place all that with this. Lazingasha asks, how long do you use SwiftUI? It seems that you are not first day in contact with that. Yeah, I've been playing around with it ever since it came out. And then when did it come out? iOS 13, and we're now looking at iOS 17. So I guess that's about 4-ish years. There's still a lot to learn about it, and there's still things that are bugs. Yeah, so if we discard all of this stuff and we just show the action view, so this is gonna turn off the swiping ability. And what's this problem? Yeah, I think I need to put this somewhere more reusable. But for now, I'll just copy it around again. Do you do SwiftUI on your projects? Yeah, so here I get a new one. If I click edit, I get the most recent one, and then I can edit this and say, what should we say? Testing, let's make this one purple. Okay, so it's that one. Edit, we see that one, we click down. Even newer. Oh, this is not in a navigation stack anymore, I guess. No, it is. It is in one. Oh, because I'm using navigation link. Oh, okay. Because Inga says, wow, great experience. I just started learning programming 4 years ago from zero step by step. My steps are small. Right on. That's how you do it. Slow and steady wins the race. Good job. Keep going. Yeah, so if I make this a navigation view instead, I think that'll start working again. Yeah, there we go. So if we click down, yeah, so we kind of get this so if we click right and we say even newer. Yeah, so now it's creating it. So now, yeah, we're not getting the swiping to work, but at least the arrow buttons are working the way we would want. I really wanted to make this swipeable to kind of like swipe down between cards. And maybe that's just not possible on iOS with how it's working. I guess besides, it's going to make swiping mean two different things. We're going to swipe to this to like close the window, but then also we want to like swipe to go between them. Yeah, maybe that's just too much, and I can't get it to work. Lazinga says, no, I didn't use Swift UI, but maybe we'll start to learn it soon. I only use UI Kit with Storyboard. Oh, right on. Yeah, I used to do UI Kit as well. Lazinga asks, programming is your job or is it your hobby? Yes to both of those. I try not to talk about jobs too much on the weekend. But yes, it's my hobby and my job. Yeah, so it's not the UI I would like, but at least it's the UI that works. Like where it's opening to the correct one. So I say we kind of commit that. So we're doing. Stop trying to get swiping to work. Use arrows in pop over only. Couldn't get it to work. Mr. Happiness says, hi, my friend is well-paying iOS dev. I'm starting, but I don't know if focus on it or Flutter. Yeah, you should focus on whatever you find interesting. Lazingasha says, are you senior level or middle? Yeah, I've been doing this for a long time. I'm pretty senior. So let's clean up some of this stuff that we don't need anymore. Mr. Happiness says, of course, but salary is important. That's true. Let's see, is there anything else we can delete? I guess we can delete this file now. We're like not using this anymore. I feel a little bit sad about it. That was looking kind of exciting. And this is kind of a long animation. Let's see. So what's next? Oh yeah, I wanted to make this next step thing start working. And it would be nice to kind of see as kind of the background, perhaps, maybe show like the colors that have been selected so it's easier to see. Zinga says maybe a better question is where is it easier to find your first job? Yeah, I'm not sure. I try not to talk about jobs too much on the weekend. I know there are some other streamers that do like to talk about jobs and resumes and all that. Yeah, because once we mark something as like a to do, like then we want to see it in the acts screen. So this storylines is to like mark it with which stories it's a part of, and then this we want to sort of make it to be about: is this a to do or a to done or a won't do? Um, I guess we should maybe think out loud about how we want that to work. Like, I guess the easiest stop idea is like we click this, and then we go here, we see it in here, and we can organize them according to some filters or like a sort that we have. Um, but we also maybe want to link it to we want to link to this from somewhere else when we actually finish it. Let's see. Let's open our notes. Um, we can make it be a simple checkbox, or we can make it be like a little menu that pops up. But then we have a popover on a popover. That's not so great. Maybe we just navigate to another screen, kind of like this does. It navigates to the next screen, and in there we show the different options. And like, what would the options be? Like it is a to do. It's not a to do. Was a to do, but now we won't do it. And I guess like this like could use some discussion, right? Like was to do, but now we finished it. And I feel like both of these kind of want some notes along with it. So like, yeah, if we click on if we're on say this task, we click on was it to do, then we want to make notes about if we want to link back to this from the next one. Maybe we can maybe we can draw that. Um, let's see. see, does this work? Okay, so it does work. Mr. Happiness says Vapor is for running Swift code as a service. Yeah. You can write your server in Swift the same way you would write your server in Python or Go or whatever, and Vapor is a web framework that handles some of the low-level stuff for you. And here's kind of an example. Kind of have a route, and it has some output. When I get to the server for this app, I do plan to make it in Vapor. Let's see, so we can have the current note. And how do we want to, I guess this is kind of hard to graph, huh? Because I guess I'm trying to graph like both navigation and how things kind of link up to each other. Can I do an arrow in this direction? Kinda. I wanted it to be side to side so that it shows time. I guess like the note that completes the note, we want to sort of like link back to it to show that this one sort of edits that one as like either a to do or to a not do. But also like maybe we thought of something better. Like was it to do? Now we have a better idea. Yeah, every little thing I think is going to be like a little easy task. Is there's kind of a lot to think through here about how is this app going to work. And I guess this part's the easiest part, like mark it as a to do or not. And then it shows up on the act screen or not. So I guess like everything on a storyline is what happens next. But there's lots like there's probably gonna be lots of little to-dos across these storylines. Just using it this past week, I was using like one of my apps as the storyline, and yeah, there's lots of different kinds of to-dos. But I guess we can start with this, right? I guess the other option of something to work on is to get this on test flight. Because I did have an issue with that. And I do want to get this up on test flight. Yeah, so let's do some edits to our App Store script. And if you remember when we were working on this script last time, we checked if the most recent tag was new, and if so, we created build 1, build 2. So now it's time to make build 3, and it's not exactly working. Because these are not on a different branch. Like they're not these tags are not reachable from where we are now, which is something I kind of want to support in this repo. See, if I say git describe tags, I'm gonna get nothing. Yeah. So I have to loop through each of these anyway, and I don't want to see this one. Yeah, so I think what I want to do is if I say SPX App Store, it'll just make the new build. It'll increment. However, if we say App Store dash dash new version, say 1.0.1, then it'll make a new version and start at build 0. So that's the usage, I guess. And then I just want to kind of describe each one. Build and push to test flight, incrementing only the build number. Then if we say SPX App Store with a version, build and push to test flight as always. I think I want to say -n. Setting the new version number and starting the build count at 0. Yeah, so that's the intention. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Mr. Happiness. Wishing you a happy Sunday wherever you are. Welcome to the community. Let's see, so this is where we're doing the build number stuff here. Greetings from Chile, my friend. Oh, you're from Chile, right on. I really like wine from Chile. But that's neither here nor there, I suppose. So I guess I need to get the argument parser out. So let's add that. And what is it? Is it like Swift argument parser? Let's take a peek. Yeah, Swift argument parser. Here we go. And then which version? 1.2.2. And then we want to add it as a dependency. Do they give us a nice copy paste? They kind of do. Now we're running out of space. I guess I'll make a new line. And then here in App Store script, we can say import argument parser. And then it's been a minute. I kind of forget how exactly we use this. Where's the example? So we inherit from parsable command. Okay. And then what? Then we have a mutating run. Which I guess is instead of main. Oh, and look, this is called run. I guess this needs to be something a little bit different. Not run, not main. Do the script, like go, maybe just go for now. And let's see, we do need, probably an option. Ilya Chuki, hello, beautiful people. I hope everyone's having a good weekend. Right on, thank you. You too. Yeah, I think this is an option, not a... the new version number, resetting the build number. And can I make this a version? And let's comment out all this stuff here. Let's just see what we get. Oh, we might be able to like create another one actually. Maybe this has to go inside here. So we don't want to do any of that. Just want to print new version. And this might be null. That's okay. So if we say SPX App Store, it's going to download the dependencies. And then what? Let's see. Let's make this bigger. Oh, we got some errors. It's not conform to decodable. Let's make this a string for now. See if that helps. We did get some will not be decoded. That's fine. That's what we want. Do I have to make them private or something? Maybe I should make these like computed properties. Just don't want warnings every time I run this. course, this needs to be a var. Let's come back and compile it again. Cool. Okay, so we've got a nil. So then if we say name, short and long. Let's open this in Xcode instead. I really want some autocomplete help. If I pass dash dash help, oh, it does come through. Oh, it inspects the name of it. That's cool. Nice. Okay. And if I make this can I make this a version? I guess not. Expressible by argument. Let's see if we can make that conformance, because that would be pretty cool. Extension version expressible by argument. Cool, it came on through. If we put some nonsense in there, does it fail? It does fail. Cool. Nice. That is so cool. We could probably put this at the bottom. Mr. Happiness says, can you explain a bit your Vapor layout? This is an App Store script for pushing this to the App Store. And I guess I'm using a tool called SPX. To run my scripts. Let's see. I guess I can show it here. So here's the full repo of the app. We have the art, we have the app, we have the screenshots target, the test target, and the UI testing target. And here is just the app icon. We have some notes. We have the brew file. So you can see I'm installing SPX here from Homebrew. And then SPX is a kind of a side folder here, which has its own package.swift. And I have a few different scripts here. I have the script to push to the App Store. I have a script to take screenshots of the app. And I have a script to generate the app icon. And I have a test target, I guess, around the App Store stuff too. I kind of forgot about that. So yeah, I guess I did a video a few weeks back explaining the App Store script. Like we built it together on stream a few weeks back. If you check it out on YouTube. But I guess the idea is first we do some setup, which is here. We want to create some directories for the build artifacts and a directory for the logs. And we're going to load stuff from our .m file. So for example, we have the development team, the name of the app, the product identifier, and then our App Store Connect keys. Yeah, so we do some setup. So we want to ensure that our repo is clean. And where's that function? Oh, it's right here. We have a little bit of an error. We check if the Git repo is clean. Update the build numbers, which is what we're going to be working on today. And then we archive. Archive is, this is the command that we run. Xcode build archive, the name of the scheme, or just any iOS and then the archive path. And this is defined upstairs up here. Just taking it in the artifacts path. And then we run that command using sh. Sh is another open source tool that I made. Here's the link to the GitHub right on my website. And it's for doing stuff like this. Like, here's the command, and now run it. And I'll stick the output in this file. Alternatively, we could have it go straight to the terminal by saying terminal. Yeah, so first we archive, then we export archive. And here we have the export options, which if you just type xcode build, I think -- help, you'll see it. Yeah, all this stuff at the end is the export options. So this is a struct that's codable, and so then we write it to the export options path, and then we run the export archive command, which is xcode build with the export archive flag, and then the path of the archive, which we just created up here, the export options plist, which we just created here, and of course allow provisioning updates, and then we run the command. And then after we have a archive that's been exported, we can finally upload. So we use xerunal tool, which stands for app loader tool. Very creative name, I know. We want to upload the app for iOS. We want to give it to the archive we just exported here, which happens to be an artifacts path named after the scheme.ipa. We give it our API key or API issuer ID, and then we run that. And so that these don't leak, we pass them as environment variables. And that's basically it. At the end, we push the tags. Wait to the end for the tags because if there's a problem, it's nice to be able to just delete the tags rather than having to delete a remote tag as well. So just do that at the end. Yeah, so that's this App Store script. Oh, I should have maybe shown that in Xcode so you could see the command clicking and all that. Yeah, of course. But I guess showing it in a full text editor lets you see the full overview of the project. Yeah, so if we get an argument from the command line for a new version, then we want to pass that in down to our build number action where we actually update this stuff. I guess all this kind of goes in the else. Oh, oops. On this side. So if a new version was passed in, we wanted to make a new complete version. Otherwise, we get the most recent one and kind of create a tag based on that. Oh, I guess these needs to be on both sides. Cool, so this should build. There we go. I wonder if these should be just two different function calls instead of squishing them together in the same one here. But this part needs to change. Get most recent tag. What are we doing here? Yeah, so this is calling get describe, which is not going to work for the way we've set up our repo. I think we're going to just get all of the tags. I thought I deleted this tag. I might have to delete it on the origin as well. There we go. Cool. Yeah, so anyway, I think we're going to say get tag -l. We're going to get all the ones that match this pattern, and then we want to kind of take it from there. I was nervous about doing this because we're processing like each tag. When we get to be having a lot of tags, that's going to be like too many. And then I found something where we can sort these in Bash. Let's see, I dropped it in Discord. Yeah, here we go. So now if I do this, what does this look like? Get tag list, sort, and then get the first one. So if I make a couple other tags, will they come first? Let's try it. So now if I run this, which one does it think is the most recent? Oh, cool. It does come in order. Yeah, so let's do it this way so it's a little bit easier to read. So we can see the command all in one line. Then we'll run the command, and then, yeah, we'll get it. And, yeah, just kind of carry on from there. Oh, I guess these always have build numbers now. So that that simplifies a lot. Don't need that anymore. Build failed. Who is upset? Yeah, so I think this side is just an error. Let's see, what are our tests say? Yeah, we just we removed one side of it. Yeah, so I think this becomes a guard now. Might be a different error we want to throw, but we do want to throw an error there. Let's see how we build. I guess we don't actually need this here because we're checking it again over here, so we don't need this error at all. Like we wouldn't get to here without it. Yeah, it's so nice writing deployment code in Swift because it just makes so much more sense than Ruby or Bash scripting, in my opinion. I mean, I like Swift a lot. Sometimes you do want to do a little bit of a command, and we have that here. We have the power of sh to just run a command when we need to. Okay, so if we turn everything back on, maybe we do want to like write something here, like we're about to build for version whatever. Oh, I guess we'll see it in the git tag. This will announce itself. What's that, line 98? Okay, so I'm expecting an error here because I haven't committed yet. Yeah, git repo must be clean. Rework versioning part of App Store script. And what's the rework? Explicitly pass in a new version when needed. Cool, so we can see it set it to build version 3, and that we're still using 1.0.0 as the marketing version. We see the new tag it made, and it's starting to archive the app. And while that's going on, let's get the next music up and going. Yeah, it does take a minute to archive or so, which is a little surprising since this is such a new app. But that's okay. I guess last time when I was building on stream, I thought something was wrong, but it's just taking a minute. Yeah, I'm glad that we can do this like outside of Swift. Like this is all happening as part of Bash here. So I think that'll be a little bit more optimized. I don't want to actually load every single version into memory. And I guess we can look at the log. You can see it's just doing a whole bunch of stuff. I guess it's doing Swift syntax stuff right now. I guess it's a little slow at the moment. Yeah, I'm using one macro in this project. I wonder if that's when it started being a slower build, when I added the macro. I don't I don't remember. I don't want to remove the macro though. It's kind of nice. Over in our this is the script in the app. We're using static member iterable. And that's so that in these fixture enumerations, we can easily just iterate all of the fixtures and make sure they all get inserted into the database when we're doing debugging. Still building. Moved on to, did we move on? We don't really have timestamps in here. Yeah, we see some movement. Yeah, this was the very first version that they released. You can see it's like the day of WWDC. I wonder if there's a new one yet. Swift Tools version 5.5, but I'm required to use 5.9. Oh, this is just to use Swift syntax. I see. This has something to do with the macro. Cool. So archive succeeded. Oh, we have an error. Your app was built with an unsupported SDK or version of Xcode. Oh, no. I can't submit the test flight using the beta? Okay, well, let's look at this error message. What kind of error message is this? Why would they link to this page? Let's see, Xcode beta test flight. How do I submit my app to test flight? This is beta testing in general, not Xcode beta. Am I on beta 2? Is that the problem? Oh, I'm not on beta 2. I see. And because that build failed, we can just delete this tag and still have and still use the number 3. Oh, here's somebody with the same problem as me. I'm trying to distribute my app to test flight. When trying to submit a new build, I get the following errors. Asset validation failed. So they're using Xcode 15 beta 2 also. So I guess that's not going to help. That's unfortunate. Okay, so I guess I'll have to push this to test flight off stream. But I am happy with the progress we made with the App Store script. Okay, so I guess let's come back to working on the app then. Let's see, we've been live for just under 2 hours. I think I do want to stand up at least. Maybe let's pick out what we're going to do next first. I guess we could do some cleanup. Oh yeah, I was trying to get stuff to show up in the act screen. That's what we were doing. We had our notes here. I think we're just going to focus on marking something as it's due or not. Which means possibly different icons here. Because of course the idea is that the to-dos for building this app will live inside the app, of course, is the is the idea. Okay, I'm going to step away for about 5 minutes to stretch my legs. I was going to make sure you're stretching when you're sitting for a long amount of time programming. Keep yourself healthy, and I will be right back. Thanks so much for sticking around. everybody, welcome back. Thanks for sticking around through the break. Hope you all got a nice stretch in as well. Yeah, so we were talking about marking something as a to do or a to not do. And when we do mark it as a to do, we want to see it on the act screen. And then we have some ideas about if something is no longer a to do. And exactly how that works is probably going to involve like another like post or something, like to keep track of like what happened, like we finished it or decided not to do it. Now we have a better idea. Yeah, I guess this is like about following our trains of thought for like why a to do is important, is kind of the idea of the app. So I guess first things first, we'll just mark this as a to do or not. It's probably just keep it really simple to start, I guess. So that is the action bar, I think. Yeah, currently it's doing a whole lot of nothing. Let's see. So we only have the ID here, and we're going to need more than that, at least for this button. So we know, like, is to do, is this going to be like a Boolean, or do we want to have this be like an enum of different states it could possibly be? I think that makes sense. That allows us to have more states in the future. Yeah, because what could that look like? That could be something like, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, either way, we're going to navigate to another screen, we said. Although maybe to start, it's better to just do like a checkbox. No, whew. Let's stick with one idea. And we can always change it later. Let's see. I guess this wants to be move these two things up. There we go. And this is going to have the ID of the plot point that we're editing. And we will want to load it most likely. And what are we going to want to show here? I guess start off with just like a checkbox, I guess. What are those called in Swift UI? Is it called a switch? A switch toggle style. Is it just called a switch then? Cannot find switch in scope. Okay, let's get a preview going for this. And this, I think, is static var previews. Yeah. Oh, this is misspelled. And so in here, we can look at the fixtures. Yeah, let's see what we got. Wait for this preview to come online. Okay, that looks weird. So how do we want this to show up in the act screen? Because this was how we started the app. We started by making this screen, and now there's nothing in it at all. We want these things to show up. I think that should this screen like query for all the things that are to-dos, or should we create something in this view's table that links back to the to-do? And toggling on or off like finds it and deletes it, or if it's not there, like creates it. That kind of sounds like a good idea. Oh, I didn't mean to run the app. I wanted to. Oh, actually, it's fine. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, might want the title up here. Do we have the title? We don't have the title here. But I do want some kind of title. Navigation title of next steps. Probably don't want the title here. I guess for now it's just is a to do. And this with plot point, we want to also have like a get a to do for the plot point. And I think those are called like things right now. Yeah, they have all this. They have URLs and icons and all that stuff. But I don't think we want that anymore. I think we want this to have. Yeah, they can have their own IDs, but they want to be like. They want to have like a plot point ID on them now, I think. What if one plot point has multiple to-dos that come out of it, though? That's a fair point. Should this be like a one-to-many? Or I mean, I guess the question is this the to-do? Like the blog entry, if you will? Or do we make a log entry and then make a bunch of next steps that come out of it? I guess to keep it simple, like this is the blog entry, like this is the to-do. And if you want to split it out, then it's on you, or like we add that functionality later, like, oh, split this into multiples. Something like that. So I mean, I guess the idea, right, is like you'd make some edits, you go down to the next one, go down to the next one. Wait, these all say testing on them. That didn't actually. Oh man, it overwrote the text. Crap. Okay, well, I guess we got to fix that over going forward. That really sucks. Yeah, this is constant. That's correct. So why is the text not updating? Oh my god. Yeah, when it gets created, we set up a new initial value for it. And that comes in from outside. Yeah, I'm hoping to make this on the Mac also. Hmm. Yeah, I guess if I could see like the color as the background, maybe that would be helpful because they all look the same, right? How the text got overwritten. Yeah, it's overwriting the text. Why is it doing that? Okay, so nothing's using this. Nothing's using this. Okay, so now when I click the down button, what text do we get? Did that change? It's not going to. Oh, it does. Okay, so it says green there. Okay. So somehow this got that same text. So now it shows purple. If we close it manually, open up the previous one, we see green. Now if we click down, we still see green again. Why is this so sticky? Wait, why do I have an initializer here at all? Ah, it still overwrote. See, now this is green now. Yeah, this is not what I wanted to work on. But I guess we have this weird bug. I think having the background color come through, I think that will help. So I kind of want to work on that. Let's see, where's the background coming from? Is it here? If I change this to, say, neutral 200, do I get a different color there? Yes, I do. Okay, so that's where the background color is coming from. Guess let's just take that off because I want it to come from somewhere else. And I have the color on. Oh, this is no, the storylines from here. Wait a minute. No, I don't want all of them. I just want the ones for this one. Oh, I guess this might be just a new view then. Yeah, so I think that's how it's going to work. So let's go ahead and make this. And where's our other with ones? Maybe call it something like that. Yeah, I guess that's not the best name for the file. Since it's not not really a function with storylines. Something like that maybe. And then we can make this a query. Kind of typing ahead here. Oh, and of course it's going to take content where we pass in the storylines. And I think this is escaping. Oh wait, it returns a content, right? Yeah, that's how it works. And then this is generified by a content that is a view. Single argument function requires. Oh, the paren goes here. There. Okay, I think we're closer now. And then, yes, this will be content. Will be this block that gets passed in. How are we doing now? There we go. So that fixes that error. Yeah, that can be private. cool. And then I think after we finish writing this, this will fix itself. Oh, this should just be this. Pass this down here. We not even need this kept around here. But this will be the local app database. And it'll be lowercase. Okay, what's the error now? I think that's just an error because of the generification stuff. Yes, this is going to return a list of storyline. Start with all. We'll filter it in a moment here. Just want to get these other errors sorted out. Oh, there we go. They all sorted out. Oh, wait, what's this problem? Oh, just the label. That's fine. It, like, always fills in everything. I don't want that. I wonder if I could copy what we did over here in this story thing. What did I do over there anyway? So here's the column view. Oh, I have a storylines background view. Oh, this needs everything loaded already. But okay, I can just reuse this though. That's great. And where did it get these storylines from? Let's see, who's using this? Oh, I guess they're just loaded into the... Yeah, it's just doing a big query. Okay. All good. That filter. So this is just going to be the ones where this ID... this is that's going to be an association, right? Ah, crap. I got to look up how to do this. Luckily, I did something similar over here. Let's see, where are these entries coming from? Story column dot entries is... Yeah, look at all these maps that I did, including as request of... Yeah, I just want this second part though. So what do I need to do? Yeah, I don't know how to do a join in this funny DSL. Because we could write it with SQL. I think this one can take an SQL. Let's see. Dot fetch all. Yeah, here we go. I'm just passing the ID as the argument. Where what? We're doing a join. I guess we're going to join, right? Yeah, so this is the join table. Yeah, let's write SQL in an SQL editor. Table plus. Can I paste it here? Cool. Yeah, we have some stuff in here. Oh, but then how am I gonna how am I gonna write an ID? Because it's all they're all binary. Copy cell value. I can't paste it. Oh man, I guess that's one drawback of using UUIDs, or at least binary UUIDs, is I can't copy paste it. Oh yeah, what happens if we do it as an insert statement? What do we get? Oh, cool. Maybe we can use this as the plot point ID. Let's see. Come back here to the query. So this has story ID and plot point ID. Cool. We got some stuff. Okay, so that seems to be the one. And then we'll just pass it in as a question mark there. Don't need that anymore. Do I want to indent this? Sure. Okay, let's see what comes out. So we click on this, we get the purple. Test on this, we get the green. Here we get the yellow. Okay, so it's kind of working, and here we get looks a little funny, but okay. Probably not the best one for plain, but yeah, we're working on that. So now if I go up, yeah, we see that the text got stuck, but the background at least got updated. But we can commit this. We can say show storyline backgrounds on plot point screen. Yeah, the colors are a little bold for that screen. You might want to like mute them or something. But right now we're having some functionality issues. Save this as green. Yeah, it's like it's overriding it for some reason. We can see it's a different one because the background changed though. We're setting it to be an initial value. Like how is this happening? Okay, so if we turn this breakpoint back on, click on green. We see the text green there. We get down, expecting to see purple there. We do see purple coming through. We hit play, but the text is still green. I think there's something about how state works that I don't understand. Like, what's the difference between wrapped value and initial value there? Okay, so let's rerun it. See purple, we see it say green. So if we go down one, the text stays the same. So that, what is going on? Let's see, recreate a state. in Swift UI. Need to store a reference type. No, it's not a reference, it's just a string. Because it's completely dismissing and recreating it, which is what's so confusing. Like how is this actually sticking around? Hmm. Like it's coming in as a different value, and I'm creating a new state. So maybe that's what I need to search for. Um, Created new state in Swift UI, but old value is still there. Let's see, is this person having the same problem? Yeah, this is what I'm doing. And I'm using a binding like this example too. Look, they're both, it, it's coming, like, what the hell? Yeah, he has it in the body. I can't put this in the body. No exact references. Oh, crap. Okay, so that goes all the way deep down in there. Don't want that. Yeah, it should just flow through. What is going on? Let's see, what else can we Google for to understand what could be happening? Because we're getting the new initial value. It's coming through. We've seen that with the debugger and with printing it out to the output. But somehow it's still sticky. Like this binding isn't updating. We just want this to like display the text, edit it, and then have it be binding back to here so that we can save it if we need to. I guess the text isn't changing though. That's the problem. Like maybe instead of doing it as part of the init, we want to do it like on a pier. That seems a little silly. Whoa, so now that just made it work, doing it on the on appear instead of in the init. What? Like we didn't even see the NA. Oh, now it disappeared though. Well, isn't that interesting? Let's try putting this inside of task instead. Yeah, so this is, when we go back, this isn't here anymore. I wonder if that's part of the problem. What does that mean? Well, let's take a break and do the reading. We haven't done a reading in a couple days. So this is a reading from the book The Creative Act by Rick Rubin. The name of this section is Make It Up. He writes, while the emotional undercurrents of self-doubt can serve the art, they can also interfere with the creative process. Beginning a work, completing a work, and sharing a work, these are key moments where many of us become stuck. How do we move forward considering the stories we tell ourselves? One of the best strategies is to lower the stakes. We tend to think that what we're making is the most important thing in our lives, that it's going to define us for all eternity. Consider moving forward with the more accurate point of view that it's a small work, a beginning. The mission is to complete the project so you can move on to the next. The next one is a stepping stone to the following work, and so it continues in productive rhythm for the entirety of your creative life. All art is a work in progress. It's helpful to piece what we're working on as an experiment, one in which we can't predict the outcome. Whatever the result, we will receive useful information that will benefit the next experiment. If you start from the position that there is no right or wrong, no good or bad, and creativity is just free play with no rules, it's easier to submerge yourself joyfully in the process of making things. We're not playing to win, we're playing to play. And ultimately, playing is fun. Perfectionism gets in the way of fun. A more skillful goal might be to find comfort in the process, to make and put out successive works with ease. Oscar Wilde said that some things are too important to be taken seriously. Art is one of those things. Setting the bar low, especially to get started, frees you to play, explore, and test without attachment to results. This is not just a path to more supportive thoughts. Active play and experimentation until we're happily surprised is how the best work reveals itself. Another approach to overcoming insecurities is to label them. I was working with an artist who was frozen by doubts, unable to move forward. I asked if he was familiar with the Buddhist concept of papancha, which translates to preponderance of thoughts. This speaks to the mind's tendency to respond to our experiences with an avalanche of mental chatter. He responded, I know exactly what that is. That's me. Now he had a name for what was holding him back. He was able to normalize his doubts and not take them so seriously. When they came up, we'd call them papancha, notice them, then move forward. I was in a meeting with another artist who had just released a very successful album but felt very afraid to do more work and listed different reasons why she didn't want to make music anymore. There are always good reasons not to continue. It's fine. You don't have to make music ever again. There's nothing wrong with that. Just stop if it's not making you happy. It's your choice. As soon as I said this, her expression changed and she realized she would be happier creating than not creating. Gratitude can also help. Realizing that you are fortunate to be in a position that allows you to create, and in some cases get paid to do what you love, might tip the balance in favor of the work. Ultimately, your desire to create must be greater than your fear of it. Even for some of the greatest artists, that fear never goes away. One legendary singer, despite performing for over 5 decades, was never able to eliminate his stage fright. Despite a terror so strong it made him sick to his stomach, he still stepped into the spotlight each night and performed a spellbinding show. By accepting self-doubt, rather than trying to eliminate or repress it, we lessen its energy and interference. It's worth noting the distinction between doubting the work and doubting yourself. An example of doubting the work would be, I don't know if my song is as good as it can be. Doubting yourself might sound like, I can't write a good song. These statements are worlds apart, both in accuracy and in impact on the nervous system. Doubting yourself can lead to a sense of hopelessness, of not being inherently fit to take on the task at hand. All or nothing thinking is a non-starter, or thinking in an all or nothing way makes it really hard to start. However, doubting the quality of your work might at times help to improve it. You can doubt your way to excellence. If you have an imperfect version of a work you really love, you may find that when it finally seems perfect, you don't love it in the same way. This is a sign the imperfect version was actually the one. The work is not about perfection. I need to read that again. If you have an imperfect version of a work you really love, you may find that when it finally seems perfect, you don't love it in the same way. This is a sign the imperfect version was actually the one. The work is not about perfection. I'm not going to lie, I don't understand that one yet. But I'm going to keep going. He writes, one thing I learned through having spell check is that I regularly make up words. I'll type a word and the computer will tell me it doesn't exist. Since it sounds like what I'm aiming to say, I sometimes decide to use it anyway. I know what it means, and perhaps the reader will understand the meaning better than if I use an actual word. The imperfections you're tempted to fix might prove to be what makes a work great, and sometimes not. We rarely know what makes a piece great. No one can know. The most plausible reasons are theories at best. Why is beyond our comprehension. The Leaning Tower of Pisa, for example, was an architectural error, which the builders further exacerbated by trying to fix it. Now, hundreds of years later, it's one of the most visited buildings in the world precisely because of this mistake. In Japanese pottery, for another example, there's an artful form of repair called kintsugi. When a piece of ceramic pottery breaks, rather than trying to restore it to its original condition, the artisan accentuates the fault by using gold to fill the crack. This beautifully draws attention to where the work was broken, creating a golden vein. Instead of the flaw diminishing the work, it becomes a focal point, an area of both physical and aesthetic strength. The scar also tells the story of the piece, chronicling its past experience. We can apply the same technique to ourselves and embrace our imperfections. Whatever insecurities we have can be reframed as a guiding force in our creativity. They only become a hindrance when they prevent our ability to share what's closest to our heart. Holy cow, that was a big one. It was also kind of a longer one, too. It was like 4 full pages, 4.5 pages. Yeah, a lot to process there. In the beginning, he talks about like letting go of like each. If you lower the stakes, then it becomes easier to create. I know me for my stream, for this stream right here that we're on, I started trying to get like extra fancy with the streams and really trying to do too much. And then it was getting really hard to stream. And so I lowered the stakes. I'm like, what am I doing? I'm sharing my Sunday afternoon coding sessions. And what do I do on Sunday afternoons? Yeah, sometimes I get stuck. Sometimes I have to look up on Google and I do a little bit of reading. Like, I'm having a good time. And this is much more of a nicer stream to do than kind of the other vision I had in my head of where like kind of only writing perfect code, so to speak, or like trying to teach or like trying to like do a show. It got to be too much. So yeah, I'm totally all in on lowering the stakes. And then he writes about labeling your insecurities so that you have names for them. And once they're named, they're less scary because you have language for it. And that's a way to sort of make connections with other people. I guess the example I have for that is in my own therapy work, where you sort of name past versions of yourselves and you meet them and greet them and show them sympathy. It's not exactly what he's talking about here, but he does give examples of like artists who have so much self-doubt, and like different ways you can do to lessen the impact. And then he talks about doubting yourself versus doubting the work. Like, could the work be better is way different, he says, than I don't think I can make anything good. And I think that's where people say like God is in all of us, or everyone is good deep down. Like if you're truly your authentic self and you're really doing the best that you can do, I think that comes through. You might have lots of emotional baggage in the way, but I think the authenticity and sincerity does come through. And I think that's what makes a good piece of art. I think that's what makes good cooking. I think that's what makes a good stream. I think that's what makes a good song. And I think Bob Dylan is a good example of this. Many say he doesn't have the most beautiful voice, but the way he sang was very sincere, and that came through. And then he talks about imperfections and stuff. And I'm not really into that talk about imperfection. I think it's more about being sincere about where you currently are. And I don't think, I mean, like perfect exists like as a circle. A circle could be perfect or not, but I don't know if a human can be like perfect or not. I guess there are perfection games like archery. Like, can you do this thing? It's like a yes or no. But as far as like making art, like living a life, I'm not sure if perfect is a helpful word. But I understand a lot of people still use that word to describe people. Um, so I guess it makes sense that he would talk about it since a lot of people have that frame of reference. But yeah, I'm not sure if I do anymore. Whew. Okay. Well, I guess that's the reading for the day. Let's turn the music back up and try to get this to try to figure out what's going on with this thing. Yeah, so if we create a new state, the text copies forward. If we don't create a new state, then it seems to disappear when we go up or down. So if we type something in here, go over to the next steps screen, we come back, it disappears for some reason. I don't know why. Disappeared again. Oh, interesting. Yeah, because this is empty. Let's see. I'm getting tired of this broken background view. I want to fix that real quick. Oh, do I need to group these or something? Okay. There we go. Um, now we have like now we have a blank color versus something with a texture. If we added texture to this, okay. So if we click new, type something, it disappeared, but it still got created. Interesting, interesting, interesting. I wonder if it's because I wonder if we should just always create something and then like delete it if it's empty. That might be better because right now it's acting weird because there's this one in memory. So that'd be kind of a big refactor or a rework, I should say. Yeah, so instead of always save, we'd want to like destroy if empty, I guess. Let's see, what's the status of our code right now? Okay, I do want to save this part. Don't care about this. Let's discard this. Yeah, just thinking deeply here. Yeah, see, this screen is not doing too much. I feel like we can rearrange some stuff here. And here as well. Okay. So here's my idea. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Then just delete all this jazz. We do need to save this. Once again, this piece of code is moving around again. Um, So let's stick this here for now. So we're just going to have an active one. And so that means this is we're gonna do like an asynchronous create, and then we're going to on the main actor. Yeah, here we go. So this will be, oh, so this thing's the database. Ooh. Yeah, this kind of goes here, and this also kind of doesn't go here. Who calls this? Don't do this at home, kids. How do I get a write transaction? Yep, we're deleting this. Right, so this is now the ID. Oh, we still have a build failure? Where is it? So a little gross here, but guess that was edit. Create a new one. Totally, well, whatever. Let's add a storyline. It stayed. Nice. Okay. Okay. This might be a good direction. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I guess if you delete the text, then you'd kind of delete that plot point. By its primary key. Cool, it went away. This one is not going away. Oh, I guess for one, this keeps coming back from here. That did not delete. Did that save? It did save. Are we hitting the on disappear? We are. Let's make a new one. Close it. We got the destroy. This one, edit it down to empty. We get destroy. However, it's not deleting. Yeah, now we're doing that overwriting problem again. Crap. Oh my goodness. It's such a neat feature, but it doesn't, like, somehow this is getting stuck. Specify doesn't allow you to change state in the initializer, but you can initialize it. On up here may be too late. Yeah, exactly. I don't get how it closes the window, opens it again, but keeps the same text. Like, that is frustrating. See, if I take off this, does this have any effect? Now nothing's changing. Okay, so that constant needs to be there for sure. Yep, it's still copying through. How do I like force a new state to create? Like, isn't this enough? I don't think this is exactly it. Two-way bindings. Hmm. So do I need to make this like a view model instead? When we pass in the ID, we want to load the ID like we pass in the fresh one as it currently stands. The text is the part that's editable. Like, why why is this so difficult? Why is the value sticking around? Oops. State Swift UI gets stuck. Okay, let's try making like a view model for it, I guess. Actually, we don't actually need the ID. Yeah, because that's constant. Okay. Generic struct require that conform to. Okay. No worries. Observable object. There we go. is a get only property, is it? Can I do an underscore? I have a feeling this is going to have the same problem, but let's see what happens. Let's see, what's the error? Huh? How did that? Let's see, so this will be plot point view model dot dollar text. Is that going to work? Maybe the dollar goes on the left-hand side. Let's see. Oh yes, this will be the view model. Main actor isolated property cannot be referenced from extendable closure. Okay, so let's just grab it on the outside. Okay, so yellow says new story, red says red. This one says, okay, so these three are all different. So if I go down, same freaking problem. I don't know if chat is like broken right now. I don't see anything in there. See, it's creating a new state object. Like, I really, really don't get it. So what this can do, it loads it up and then sends it down to the form. It's creating new ones. It's copying the text down. Like, how and why? Like, I want it to like disappear. reset state Swift UI. Like, why is this so sticky? State holder. Temporarily hiding it. No, this is a different problem. I don't think this is the problem I'm having. Okay, let's try this as an observed object instead of a state object. Oh, there we go. Oh my goodness, is this finally working? Okay, so this says red. Let's change it to yellow. It says red. It says red. So if we go down, oh my goodness. So it can't be a state at all. It has to be this view model thing. Wow. Would not would not have predicted that. I guess that's a big thanks to, I think that was Two Straws, the Hacking with Swift guy, that suggested that. Because I don't have it open anymore. Wow. So we can't use state object, can't use state. We have to make a new observed object. Then we stopped having our persistence problem. Are there any other at states that shouldn't be at states? I mean, I think these ones are okay. This this one might need to change. Okay. It's finally working. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I guess that's, yeah, maybe some of these problems that we ironed out is why the other version wasn't working when we were able to sort of swipe through. I guess doing it as the buttons kind of forced us to like made the other errors more apparent, and now that we fixed those, maybe it'll be time to try that out again. But I'm glad we have something that's like working though. Let's see, fix persisting at state problem by wrapping in an observed object. So it seems like state just always persists, but observed object allows us to create a new one each time. That didn't seem to be a problem on this screen. Maybe it actually is. Let's see. So here's the storyline select screen. So if we click on the edit for tomato, we see red and triangles. If we click edit for here, like see, this one updates just fine. Like these reset and the other one didn't. Like why? Hey there. Okay. And I'm just excited to use this week. Yeah, we wanted to put stuff in this screen and we got distracted by other problems that we noticed. We fixed those problems. And I do want to get this on test flight. Looks like I'll have to stop using the Xcode beta, as painful as that is. What is it? Static member iterable. Yeah, I'll have to undo these. And there's a way to... How do I see what this expands to? Actually, they're inside of an if debug. If I'm building for the App Store, that'll actually be fine. Yeah, this is all... They're all hidden away by an if debugs. Expand macro. There we go. Now I can copy this, paste it, and remove the macro. So then I can use this to go back to a previous version of Xcode, so I can actually get this on test flight. And expand macro. There we go. Now we can safely go back to a previous version of iOS. We can get this in the hands of the folks that want to try it out. We'll probably post the link in the subscriber only portion of the Discord for now, probably later tonight or tomorrow. Remove static member iterable macro so that static member iterable so that we can go back to Xcode, was it 13? No, 14. so that we can push to test flight. Yeah, that's probably for the best. I'm really enjoying the Xcode beta. Um, but if we can't see it on test flight, we can't see it on test flight, and that's just kind of a non-starter. Cool. What's next? Marking things as to dos. Ooh, that would be nice. Um, let's see. Oh yeah, we were saying I'm going to use this to mark it as a to-do or not. I guess it should default to false. Let's see, where's that screen? Look at all this stuff that's open. Here we go. Let's close everything else. Then I forget what we noticed on here that made us have to kind of go back and fix other stuff. Yeah, so we can't have the state just floating around because we need to update it from this thing. So this has to take one of these. Which means this has to go on the outside. Yeah, I really don't understand why sometimes at state works as I expect it to, and other times it doesn't. Let's see. So we're saying this would maybe be like a task associated with the plot point. It's either like there or not. Let's, I know I just did all that typing. Let's discard that. Right, because I was looking over at this thing. Like, how is this going to? Is this going to be one to many? Is it going to be one to one? I think it's going to be one to one. In which case, for starters, we could probably just move this little toggle down to here. And maybe like swap these two. Because I guess as a right-hander, the storylines is like all the way on the other side of the screen. But then I guess left-handers might feel the opposite way. So maybe you want to make that configurable. Yeah, so if all these things die, and instead we only put in like the plot point ID as the payload, and then everything gets kind of through there, like the title and the like everything else too. Um, yeah, because like I guess when you see it here, you want to be able to click on it, and you'll see the expanse. But you also want to like when it's open, when you swipe up and down, you should be able to go see it in context. Hmm. Yeah, I guess there's still some design work to do there. So if we have this as our if this exists, we have it to do. If we don't, then we don't have it to do. I mean, there's just when you talk about like the status and stuff of it, right? Like to do is obvious. Case done. This could have like a little story along with it. Case done, or even like a photo. Like, hey, here's a picture of it being done. Um, you could like mark it done and like say like, and this is why. See, if we do that, I feel like this status just goes on the plot point itself. And I think we had another idea. Oh yeah, what's it do? Now I have a better idea. Yeah, so no status to do or like for some reason it's not a to do anymore. And I feel like those don't go on here. This is just for prioritizing, I think. Yeah, because then we can like filter by like storyline. Dan, I don't even know if we created and updated that either, though. that all goes back to what's on here. This turns out to be like just for ordering. Okay, I feel like I'm at the 4 hour mark and I should probably start start winding down. Um, yeah, I can't even think through this now. Um, cool. Well, thank you all so much for joining along today. I stream every Sunday, 2 o'clock New York City time, sharing my Sunday afternoon coding with you all. Thanks for the new follows today. Really appreciate it. On my website is links to my open source projects and my apps on the App Store. And of course, I do like to talk about ergonomic keyboards protect your wrists. And of course, feel free to hang out in the Discord. I check there throughout the week. Yeah. Have a great week. And I'll see you next time.